deck is going to be the Charlets. On deck with the Charlet, we need Andy Jesuak. Well, good morning and welcome to the Open Beef Show. Start out our Angus females here. We've got two really nice females out here for our drive. The female up front, this one is big, stout, cowy, really soft made. I'd like to lay her tail head down into her ever so slightly, just modify her off those hind two, but that's a really nice cow prospect for this young lady that's bred and due to calve here, hopefully this spring. The young lady right behind her, this is a moderate frame heifer that's got plenty of softness, really ultra functional off those hind two. Really just a neat cow prospect for that young lady. Not quite the pizzazz of the heifer right ahead of her, but a really nice female. Young lady up front, you'll be our champion. Young lady in the blue, you'll be reserved. Winning the class was Flat Rock Farm. Second was Vivian Lee. Now entering the ring with Charlet, Junior Heifer Calf, Andy Jesuak. On deck with the Kenya, we need the winner heifer calf from Trails End Farm.
can also bring up your junior heifer calf for Kenia's taken livestock.
Just a single entry here for our Charlet heifers, and young man's got a January heifer here. She's made ultra soft, one that has plenty of flex as she gets out in motion. Pattern's up really nice. Certainly will be a neat female to watch for this young man to develop and hopefully turn into a really nice cow prospect. Let's give our round of applause to this young man for getting out here and showing this heifer.
Winning the class was Andy Jesuak. Now entering the ring for Kenia is the winter heifer calf from Trails End Farm. On deck for the Kenias is junior heifer calves, taken livestock and taken livestock.
Another nice, really single entry here for our key show, and a female that's really long and youthful up front. She carries a lot of mass and power when you get in behind her. And still, with all that added mass, has plenty of rib shape and depth to her. One thing though, this female, she needs to be modified as she gets off of that knee and goes out off that front end. And then I just like to make her sit down off that hock and pass her just ever so slightly different, have a little bit more cushion in the ground, but a really, really neat female for this young lady. Let's give her a round of applause.
Winning that class was Trails End Farm. Now entering the ring with junior heifer calves, taken livestock, and taken livestock. On deck, we will need the Herefords, Andy Jesuak, James Corbett, and Colton Carpenter.
really neat pair of females out here, and we get into these, and there's some back and forth between the two. The red heifer up front, one that her pattern is just really feminine made. She's long and extended up front. I'd like to modify her as she hits down at the surface off that knee and that front paster, but her hind leg is ultra functional, and maybe just give her a notch more bloom for this stage. The black heifer behind her, one that is just big, stout, ultra deep and flexible, but with that added mass, is she getting a little bit coarser and opened up about that shoulder? But again, a really neat female for that young lady. She'll go ahead and be your champion, and the red heifer will be your reserve. Let's give these young ladies a nice round of applause.
Now entering the ring for the champion Kiania, Trails End Farm with your winner heifer calf, and Taken Livestock with your junior heifer calf. On deck is early junior yearling Andy Jeshuak with her group.
As we get all of our Kenyan females back out here for this drive, I think there's some give and take between these two heifers. Obviously, we've got quite a lot of difference here in maturity, but the female up front, again, I commented in class that just need to modify her off of that shoulder and that front knee, but you get this one stopped and she just gives you a lights out, ultra good look from the profile, and one that I think has a world of future, especially as she gets in calf and gets a baby in her, in terms of her just look and proportionality, and just being ultra balanced and ultra good looking. The young lady behind her with the heifer calf, one that is just so soft and so stout when you get behind her. But with that, maybe she just needs to be a little bit more extended out that front 1/3. Let her set down off of that hock and hind leg ever so slightly with just a little bit more less set to that hock and hind leg. But I think that a really, really neat cow prospect for this young lady. With that, the female up front will be your champion, and the young lady back here will be your reserve.
Champion Kiania goes to Trails End Farm. Reserve champion goes to Taken Livestock. Now entering the ring for your Hereford show, Andy Jeshuak with his early junior yearling heifer. On deck is James Corbett with his senior heifer calf. Limousine, you can be making your way to the show ring. Ryan Ogilvy with your junior bull calf, and Ryan Ogilvy with your junior heifer calf.
Get all three of our Hereford females out here for our champion drive and our Herefords, and quite a bit of give and take here. Got three heifers that are all different in age and maturity. With the female up front, and this yearling female, one that is just a really, really good representation of what a Hereford cow should look like. She's long and extended up front, got plenty of rib shape and depth to her. When you get behind her, she's one that still has enough mass and is ultra functional off of her feet and legs. She could walk a lot of miles and not give out. One that I think is just really, really neat from the side too, and does a lot of really, really good things. Young man with the heifer calf. A heifer calf that's got plenty of depth and softness, extended up front, and one that I think still gives you a pretty neat look from the side for being this young. One that I think will certainly be a unique prospect for this young man to develop. Two young men down here with this heifer, probably a fall age heifer here, and one that has plenty of depth and softness, but one I'd just like to modify off of her hip and hind leg, and maybe give her a little bit more slope and angularity to that shoulder, but certainly a fundamentally good cow prospect for these young men. With that, young lady up front with the yearling heifer will be our champion. Young man here in the center with the heifer calf will be our reserve. Let's give them a round of applause.
Champion Hereford goes to Andy Jesuak. Reserve champion Hereford goes to Colton Carpenter. Now entering the ring with the junior bull calf limousine, Ryan Ogilvy. Judge, they're bringing in both heifer and bull. Mainland Jews, please be making your way to the show ring. Senior bull calf, Madison Young. Junior bull calf, Welch Pryor Farms.
here we've got two really good representations of the limousine breed, and the young lady's heifer here up front. One that's super soft, got plenty of mass, just a really, really neat cow prospect for this young lady. Certainly will be one that as she develops, I think she'll look and get to mature into a really, really neat bred female. Young man's bull calf right behind her. Bull calf, for being just a late March calf here, is one that has plenty of mass and grow to him already. Maybe would like to modify him off of that hawk ever so slightly, but I think a fundamentally just a really good herd bull prospect for this young man going forward. With that, I just like the cowiness and the future of this heifer up front. She'll be your champion overall in the limousine breed, and the bull calf will be your reserve.
Champion limousine heifer goes to Ovalby Limousine. Champion limousine bull goes to Ovalby Limousine. Now entering the ring with our main man Jews, senior bull calf Madison Young. On deck, junior bull calf Welch Pryor Farms.
Really high quality bull prospect out here for this young lady, and one that I think could stand quite a bit of competition. This bull, he's ultra long made, sits down with plenty of feet and bone, has plenty of mass down that top. If I were to modify him ever so slightly, I'd just give him a notch more shape to that rib right behind his shoulder, and also modify him as he hits the ground off those hind twos. He's wanting to kind of get up and pop in those pasterns, maybe just set him down a little notch square at the surface, but a really high quality bull prospect for this young lady. Let's give her a round of applause. Nice entry.
Winning that class is Madison Young. Now entering the ring with the junior bull calf, Welch Pryor Farms. Main and Jew heifers, please be making your way to the ring. Flat Rock Farms, Trails End Farm, Welch Prairie Farms, TJ White, Madison Young.
Really nice March bull calf we have here, and one that is super long and extended up front. Really like the way he ties that neck high out of the top side of his shoulder. One that as you work your way back, he's square hip, sets down into the surface, plenty square off of that Hockenheim leg. Where I'd like to modify him is just the way that shoulder sets into him and how he feeds out of the back side of that shoulder. Give him a notch more spring and flare to that rib. But I think one that as he develops, that should certainly come as he gets some more maturity on him. But nice bull prospect for this young lady.
Winning that class was Welch Prairie Farms. Now entering the ring for champion Maine Bull, Madison Young and Welch Prairie Farm. On deck is going to be the late junior yearling heifer, Flat Rock Farms.
Well, a really good representation of the Maine breed out here, and I think we've got two bulls that just vary in their type and kind. The bull up front, that is a rugged, just good made beef bull. The calf back here, he's really got a neat look to him, especially this young lady gets him stuck, and that one gives you a lights out, ultra good look from the profile. At the end of the day, I just like the added maturity, the added mass of the young lady's bull up front. He'll be your champion. The young lady back here will be your reserve.
Champion Maiden and Jew Bull goes to Madison Young, and reserve goes to Welch Prairie Farms. Now entering the ring for Maine and Jew Junior Heifer Calf, Trails End Farm, Welch Prairie Farm, TJ White, and Madison Young. Shorthorns can be making their way to the ring. I want to take a moment to thank our Open Class Trophy sponsors for the Angus Duval Angus Farm from Barnesville, for the Charlets, Buckeye Steel, Barnesville, for the Kianias, LC Acres, Leroy Carpenter, Jacobsburg, for the Herefords, Kennedy Farm Equipment, Barnesville and Wheeling, West Virginia, For the Limousine, DeNoble & Sons Construction, St. Clairsville. For the Manian Jews, Johnson Boiler Works, Benwood, West Virginia. For the Shorthorn, Triple M Farms, Belmont. For the Simmental's, Long Run Farms, Wintersfield. For the Crossbreds, Swiss Hill Charlet, Powhatan Point. And for any other recognized breeds, the Belmont County Ag Society. At the conclusion of our show, we will be doing open class beef showmanship. The age divisions are going to be 7 years of age and under, 8 to 11 years old, 12 to 15 years old, 16 to 19 years old, and 20 and above.
Class of heifer calves. There's some give and take here and a fair amount of sort. The young lady up front here with her heifer, one that I love, her angularity and femininity up front. She lays in really neat about that shoulder. She's got a plenty of sweep and shape to her rear rib and flank at this age. But for me, what seals the deal is when you put this heifer in motion. She is ultra flexible off of that hock and hind leg, and that knee in her front paster lays into her the best and allows her to get out with the most reach and ease. I think that one, as she matures, will be in a really neat female and breeding piece for that young lady. Heifer coming in next, that the two young men have here, one that I love, her added mass and stoutness and her just sheer cow power. For me, though, where I take issue with her is at the surface. She just she needs to be loosened up in that ankle and that paster ever so slightly, and lay her back into that shoulder, and lay her in flatter and neater about that shoulder. But I think one that'll be just a big, stout, massive power cow as she matures. Females in third and fourth, there's quite a bit of give and take here. The young man's female, she is really long, thin, skinny-necked, one that has plenty of mass and power, and certainly quite a bit of age difference between these two females. Where I really question her and how she'll mature is in that shoulder. She wants to get plenty bold and opened up about that front side of that shoulder, and just would like to lay her in here about that shoulder, set her down with some more flex off of that front knee in that pastern. But one I think that has plenty of added mass and power, gives you a really unique look from the side. Young lady coming here in fourth, heifer that's ultra broody in her center body, has plenty of depth and sweep to that rib. But for me, she needs to be modified off of that hock and hind leg, and lengthen her out through that hip, and also modify her about that shoulder. She gets plenty coarse and opened up, but I think one that has plenty of depth should be a pretty easy keeping cow for this young lady in the end. Let's give these exhibitors a nice round of applause.
Champion Mania 2 goes to Trails End Farm, Reserve TJ White. Now entering the ring with Shorehorns is Senior Yearling Bull, Key Ridge Shorehorn Farm. On deck with early Junior Yearling Heifers, Matt Duvall, and Key Ridge Shorehorn Farm.
That was it. That was champion heifer. Yeah, that was champion heifer. Yep, that was champion heifer.
A really, really high quality representation of the Shorthorn breed out here, and this young lady's brought a really good coming 2-year-old bull here for the show, and one that I think is really, really stout and powerful as you get down that top, has plenty of body and depth. Where I just like to modify him ever so slightly is just as he sets down on the ground off those hind two. Make him a little bit squarer and sit down with a little bit more comfort off of that pastern, but one that does all the bull basics of having plenty of body, having plenty of mass as you get behind him. A really, really high quality herd bull for this young lady going forward. Let's give her a round of applause.
Now entering the ring for Shorehorns is early Junior Yearling Heifer, Matthew Duvall, and Key Ridge Shorthorn Farm. Maine and Jew exhibitors, I do apologize. We will, after the Shorthorn breed, need the Senior Bull Calf champion, Madison Young, and the Junior Heifer Calf champion, Trails End Farm, back up here for champion Maine and Jew.
Contrasting pair of shorthorn females here as we start our shorthorn female show, and young ladies heifer up front is one that is super long and angular made. She's really long and extended up front, has plenty of sweep and shape to her center body. For me, when you get behind her, she needs some more mass. But with that, she gets out and goes. A really good brood cow prospect for this young lady that'll certainly have plenty of breeding value for her going forward. Young man's heifer, one that has plenty of mass when you get behind her, but for me, she just doesn't have as much depth and softness, much springer rib to her, and one that for me is just not quite bellied down enough for this stage of the game, but I think one that has plenty of mass for this young man and has plenty of future going forward. With that, young lady up front will be first, the young man will be second. Let's give these exhibitors a nice round of applause.
Winning the class was Matt Duvall. Second was Key Ridge Shorthorn Farm. Now entering the ring with the late junior yearling heifer, Gage Workman. On deck with the early summer yearling, Matt Duvall.
Really nice single entry March yearling female here for this young lady. One that I like a great deal. She's long and extended up front. She's got plenty of mass when you get behind her. Has plenty of flex and reach on the go. Certainly I'd like to modify her in the way she handles that top when she gets out and moves. Just kind of loosen her up in that spine. But one I think has a world of future for this young lady. Certainly will be one that'll be fun to watch develop into a cow. Give this young lady a nice round of applause.
Winning that class, Key Ridge Shorthorn Farm. Now entering the ring, early summer yearling, Matt Duvall. On deck with the senior heifer calf, Bo Detling.
Another nice single entry in our children's show, a fall yearling female, and one that has worlds of mass and body. For me, she just needs to be modified as she goes off of both ends of her skeleton. One that lay that shoulder in flatter and neater, set that knee back into her, and as she goes off those hind two, just relax her in the angle to that hop. And give her a little bit more push and flex as she goes off that half and pattern. But certainly a really nice scout-made fundamental cow for this young man. Let's give him a nice round of applause.
Winning that class was Matt Duvall. Now entering the ring with senior heifer calf, Bo Detling. On deck with winter heifer calf, Key Ridge Shorehorn Farm.
Really youthful October female we have here for this young man, and one that I think really balances and gives you an ultra attractive look. Has plenty of center body and shape and sweep to that rib, and still gets out and goes with plenty of flex and ease off of both ends. One that maybe just would like to push that pin set up into her a little bit, but one that I think is ultra neat built, and one that is certainly a fundamentally good cow prospect for this young man. Let's give him a nice round of applause.
Winning that class was Bo Detling. Now entering the ring with winter heifer calf, Key Ridge Shorehorn Farm. On deck with junior heifer calves, Bo Detling, Maple Spring Farms, Key Ridge Shorehorn Farm, and Key Ridge Shorehorn Farm.
Anything on
young lady brings us another really nice single entry and a heifer calf that certainly could stand quite a bit of competition. One that's super long and extended up front. I like the way she's laid in about that shoulder. Feeds back into a really soft rear ribbon flank. She's square hipped, sets down really nice off of that hop and hind leg and set her in motion, and she goes and motors really, really well. We're getting really nitpicky on this one. Just would like to change that shape to her toe. But again, that's getting really nitpicky on one that I think is really, really nice and really well put together for this young lady. Let's give her a round of applause.
Winning that class was Key Ridge Shorehorn Farm. Now entering the ring with junior heifer calves, Bo Detling, Maple Spring Farms, Key Ridge Shorehorn Farm, and Key Ridge Shorehorn Farm. On deck will be all the first place Shorehorn heifers.
class of Shorthorn heifer calves, and a young man down here at the end with the January heifer calf. I think one that has a world of future to her. I like the way she's laid in about that head, neck, and shoulder. Has plenty of sweep and shape back into that rear ribbon flank. And sets down, I think, with the most flex and ease off of that hock and hind leg. One that maybe I just like to feed out of the backside of her shoulder with just a notch more spring and turn to that rib, but I think one that will be a really, really nice, high-quality cow prospect for this young man. Heifer coming in second, one that just lacks a little bit of the maturity of the heifer up front, one that I would like to maybe set her in and relax her into the angle to that shoulder, but one I just love all of her body and rib shape and the way she sets down out of that hip and back into that hock and hind leg. One I think silhouette-wise from the profile just gives you a really, really neat look. The challenge heifer for me in this class is the young man here in third. One that I love, all of her body and rib shape. Certainly one that has plenty of spring of rib and depth of body, has plenty of mass when you get right behind her. For me, I just like to push those pin set up into her, square her out through that hip, and in terms of that shoulder, just relax her back into the angle to that shoulder, and give her a notch more length up front. But I think one that could certainly come with time, age, and maturity. Heifer calf here in fourth, one that's really youthful and extended, but just needs some more time and maturity relative to this class. Let's give these exhibitors a nice round of applause.
Winning that class was Key Ridge Shorthorn Farm. Second was Key Ridge Shorthorn Farm. Third went to Bo Detling, and fourth went to Maple Spring Farms. Now entering the ring for champion Shorthorn female, Matt Duvall, Key Ridge Shorthorn Farm, Matt Duvall, Bo Detling, Key Ridge Shorthorn Farm, and Key Ridge Shorthorn Farm. On deck, we need the Shorthorn Senior Yearling Bull and the winner of this class. And May and June, you will follow that with the champion Senior Bull calf and the champion Junior Heifer calf for the overall main animal.
Well, as we get back into our Shorthorn lineup here, I think it's a really, really awesome representation of the Shorthorn breed we have out here, and certainly showcases, I think, some of the strengths that this breed is known for. I'm not going to go back through and talk about them extensively, but certainly there's the white female right in front of me that I talked about being just so proportional, so balanced. And just built really, really good right here in front of me. She'll go ahead and be your champion, and then the young man right in front of her will be your reserve. Let's give these exhibitors a nice round of applause.
Champion Shorthorn female goes to Key Ridge Shorthorn Farm. Reserve goes to Bo Detling. Now entering the ring for overall Shorthorn, Key Ridge Shorthorn Farm, with your senior yearling bull, and Key Ridge Shorehorn Farm with your winter heifer calf.
Yeah, because there's a bull too, so yeah, go ahead and have a reserve. Well, no, he's only champion. It's only, hey, Eric, it's only champion. Yeah, it's only champion. It's a champion of the breed today.
Here in our final Shorthorn champion drive between the bull and the female, champion female down here, I think for me it's pretty easy. This heifer, I think I just really like the pattern and the cowiness and the futuristic future of this heifer. That's not to take anything away from the bull. He's one that I think has a world of breeding value for this family. But for me, this heifer calf, I think she just represents the Shorthorn breed so well. She'll go ahead and be your champion, and the bull will be your reserve.
Overall champion Shorthorn goes to Key Ridge Shorehorn Farm. Now entering the ring, the Manian Jews for the overall Manian Jew, Madison Young with your senior bull calf, and Trails End Farm with your junior heifer calf.
Two really good representations of the main breed, and I think there's some give and take between this bull and female. This bull, he's rugged, he's balanced, has plenty of mass and shape. I talked about wanting to modify him off of that ankle and pastern, and that still holds true. For me, that I just question if his longevity will be there because of that. But I think in terms of the other fundamentals of being a hard bull prospect, he's got them. I just question that in terms of his longevity, but I think a really outstanding representation of what the main breed's known for. Young lady's female, I think one that has a world of future. She's ultra balanced, ultra neat in the way she's put together, and I just love the way she motors and gets out and goes in here. With that, I think the functionality for me and the balance and the futuristic of the young lady's female wins out today. She'll go ahead and be your champion. Young lady with the bull will be your reserve.
Overall main and Jew animal goes to Trails End Farm. Now entering the ring for the Scimitars, late junior yearling bull, Madison Young. On deck, senior bull calf, Avery Young. Scimitar heifers can be making their way to the ring.
Just a single entry in our Simmental Bull Show, and this Baldy calf could certainly stand quite a bit of competition. He's one that's long and extended up front, lays in really angular about that shoulder, has plenty of depth and softness back into that rear ribbon flank. And you get behind him, he's got a world of mass and shape as he works down that top and back into that hip. For me, he just needs to be a little bit modified in the way that he blends out of the back side of that shoulder, just like to square him up out through that hip and bring those pins up, make him a little bit square there. But I think a really, really nice bull prospect for this young lady. Give her a round of applause.
Champion Scimitar Bull goes to Avery Young. Now entering the ring with the early junior yearling heifer, Robert Oakley and Avery Young. On deck with late junior yearling heifers, Double G Farms, Flat Rock Farms, and Robert Oakley.
Pair of Simmental females and Baldy heifer up front, one that I think is just really, really nice. One that's extended and feminine about her front 1/3. She's got plenty of depth and softness. Already starting to make some udder development, which certainly is really good to see at this age, and really like the size and shape to those teats. One that at the surface she gets out and goes with plenty of flex and ease. I think a really, really neat red heifer for this young lady. Young lady's red heifer here that's wanting to fight her, one that's plenty stout and massive, for me just needs to be prettied up in her build, lengthened out about that front 1/3, but I think certainly a good representative of the Simmental breed. Give these young ladies a nice round of applause.
Winning that class is Avery Young. Second goes to Robert Oakley. Now entering the ring with late junior yearling heifers, Double G Farms, Flat Rock Farms, and Robert Oakley. On deck with the late summer yearling, Double G Farms.
Really nice class here of Simmental yearling heifers, and the young ladies female out here that's going to go ahead and win the class up front. A heifer that could stand quite a bit of competition. One that is just so soft and broody in her look. And I think one that has just the worlds of future. She gets out and goes with plenty of flex and reach. And I think will mature into a really high quality brood cow for that young lady. Female coming in next, one that I love, her body and her mass and her moderation, but for me, I just like to layer in here about that tail head and just give her a notch more look and pizzazz from the side, but I think a fundamentally really good brood cow prospect. A red heifer coming in next for this young man, one that's stout and massive as you get behind her, but one that I would just like to belly down in the center part of her body, long and extended up front, functional off that hock and hind leg, but would certainly like to modify that ever so slightly, but a nice cow prospect for this young man. Baldy female coming in next, one that is long and extended, about her front 1/3, square hipped and functional and attractive off of that hock and hind leg. For me, she just needs to be bellied down more in the center part of her body, have a notch more mass, but nice project for this young man and young lady. Let's give them a round of applause.
Winning that class was Flat Rock Farms. Second goes to Robert Oakley. Third went to Double G Farms. And fourth went to Double G Farms. Now entering the ring with the late summer yearling heifer, Double G Farms. On deck with senior heifer calves, Avery Young and Madison Young.
Single entry here and a really nice cow prospect for this young lady. She's ultra functional and sound, moving at the surface, has plenty of mass and shape when you get behind her. Certainly like to give her a notch more depth and spring to that rib, but I think a fundamentally good cow prospect for this young lady. Certainly will be one that should mature very nicely for her. Let's give her a round of applause.
Winning that class is Double G Farms. Now entering the ring, senior heifer calf, Avery Young and Madison Young. On deck with junior heifer calves, Garrett Berga, KO Cattle, Pryor Welch Farms, Avery Young and Madison Young.
These two young ladies have continued to bring a really nice set of females, and the young lady up front, this one is just really long and extended, ultra cowy in her makeup, and one that I really like how she sets down at the surface. One that I think has a world of future to her. Certainly will be one to get bred, and I think that one will be really, really, really good. Not to take anything away from the Baldy female in second, but one that just would like to modify her off of that front shoulder. Love her from their back, but that shoulder to me is concerning for her long-term longevity. Set that knee back into her, but one that she stopped, she's really, really good. Certainly a great pair of females from these two young ladies. Give them a nice round of applause.
Winning that class was Madison Young. Second was Avery Young. Now entering the ring, junior heifer calves, Garrett Berga, KO Cattle, Pryor Welch Farms, Avery Young, and Madison Young. On deck, we will need all first place heifers to compete for the Civital female. On deck for Civital champion female, we will need Avery Young with the early junior yearling, Flat Rock Farms with a late junior yearling, Double G Farms with a late summer yearling, Madison Young with a senior heifer calf, and the winner of this class.
certainly a really neat class of heifer calves here, and I think there's quite a bit of give and take. For me, the one that hit me the hardest as she walked in was this female up front. You want to talk about one that's super, super flexible at the surface and still gives you an ultra high quality look. I love all of the depth and springer rib this one has for this young of age, and still is pretty dang green in her condition. I think this one has a world of future and a world of good. I like that one a great deal. Young man's Baldy heifer coming in next. One that you've got to sit and study quite a while to, I think, fully appreciate her. She's plenty long and extended up front. I like the way that shoulder sets into her. And as she gets out and goes, she probably handles that hock and hind leg the next best behind our class winner. One that certainly for this age could have a little bit more depth and softness, but I think that'll come with age. I think that one just represents a really high quality brood cow prospect for that young man. For me, the heifer in third is the challenge in the class. One that is super bloomy at this stage of the game, has plenty of body and springer rib. You get behind her and she's ultra massive. For me, she just needs to be lengthened out up front, modify the way that shoulder sets into her, modify the way her knee sets into her, but I think one that you can't ignore all the body and mass that she has for this stage of the game. Next young lady coming out, a heifer calf that, again, one you have to kind of sit and study and break down. She's really angular in the way that shoulder's laid into her. She's long and extended up front and sets down to the surface really, really well off of both ends of her skeleton. For me, she just needs more body today, but I think one that still has a lot of future and a lot of really good parts. Young lady's Baldy female that comes next. One that's long and extended up front, ultra feminine in her pattern. She just needs more to her when you get right behind her. And one that I think just needs to have some more mass and stoutness, especially as she sets down to the surface, but fundamentally good cow prospect. Young lady that comes here in last, heifer calf that's super stout, got plenty of rib shape and body. For me, she is one that just needs to be modified in her structure. Relaxed in the angle to the shoulder, that shoulder, push back in the set to her knee, and one that I just like to modify how she sets down off of that pastern, but one that has an overwhelming amount of mass and body for this young lady. Let's give these exhibitors a nice round of applause.
Winning that class was Madison Young. Second went to KO Cattle. Third, Jared Berga. Fourth, Tyler Welch Farms. Fifth, Avery Young. And sixth, Garrett Berga. Now entering the ring for champion Simmental female. Avery Young. Flat Rock Farms. Double G Farms. Madison Young. And Madison Young. On deck for the Simmentals is going to be the senior bull calf, Avery Young, and the winner of this class.
really awesome drive of Simmental females out here, and I think there's a lot of give and take, but I think for me there's two out here that do everything a Simmental female should do and add some pizzazz to it. I hope you can see that I like them to have some depth and some mass and have the look of a brood cow at the end of the day. And so for me, there's three females out here that are in contention. I think there's one that quite easily does it. But as I kind of sit here and make my final decision, they asked me to introduce myself since I did not bring a bio with me. But my name is Dr. Kayla Har. I'm from Jeromesville, Ohio. My family is in the purebred Hereford business. We operate as J&L Cattle Services, where we raise purebred Herefords and have a diversified farming operation. I completed my PhD this past December at Oklahoma State University in animal science with a concentration in meat science. And now my day job, in addition to being at home, is also working at E.R. Boland's Packing in Ashland, Ohio, where I'm a product specialist looking at, we're a beef wholesaler, and so that's my day job. I as much as I enjoy looking at really high quality stock, I also know that they've got an end purpose, and that's feeding the American consumer with high quality beef. And so with that, I'll go ahead and get you a champion in reserve out here. But let's give these exhibitors a nice round of applause for bringing out really high quality set of heifers.
Champion Simmental goes to Flat Rock Farms. Reserve goes to Avery Young. Now entering the ring for Champion Simmental Animal, Avery Young with her senior bull calf, and Flat Rock Farms with the late junior yearling. On deck for the Simmentals is going to be the pair of two females, Garrett Berga, Double G Farms, Avery Young, and Madison Young.
Well, here for our Supreme Champion Simmental Animal, I think there's certainly some give and take here. The young lady's bull up front, that one is overwhelming in terms of his center body and his mass. Certainly one that I'd like to just square up out of his hip, but I think he represents what the Simmental breed does quite well, and that's bring a world of body and mass to the table and offer that to a variety of crossbreeding situations. The young lady's female. I think she is exactly what I think of when I think of a Simmental female. She's stout and powerful as you get behind her. She's bold and massive in the center portion of her rib, and I think still gives you a really ultra attractive look from the side. At the end of the day, I'm a sucker for a good power cow, and I think this young lady's female does that. She'll go ahead and be your champion. Young lady's bull will be your reserve.
Champion Simmental goes to Flat Rock Farms. Now entering the ring for Simmentals is pair females, Garrett Berga, Double G Farms, Avery Young, and Madison Young. Crossbreds can be making their way to the show ring. And at the conclusion of the Shorthorn Plus show, we will be showing for Supreme Champion and Reserve Champion Bull and Supreme Champion and Reserve Champion Female. So please have all of your champion and reserves from your breeds ready to go. On deck for the crossbreds is the early junior yearling heifer, KO Cattle.
Well, all of these pairs of females, we've seen them and talked them in class, and the fun thing for me is to see these that are owned and bred by the same exhibitors, and certainly there's some types and kinds we can follow, so that's pretty good for these young exhibitors. Hopefully they're all trying to find some ones that are similar in type and kind that fit their needs, and so with that, young ladies right here in front of me with the two baldy females. They'll be first. Young ladies down on the end here with the two solid black females, they'll be second. The pair of calves up here, they'll be third, and the pair with the red females, they'll be fourth. Let's give these exhibitors a nice round of applause.
Winning that class is Avery Young, second, Madison Young, third, Garrett Berga, and fourth, Double G Farms. Entering the ring with early junior yearling heifer is KO Cattle. Crossbred junior heifer calves are on deck. Hendricks Anderson, David Brown, Flat Rock Farms, Pryor Cattle, Luke Fisher, Kylie Gibbons, Andy Jesuak, Robert Oakley, Bowen Stephen, Trails End Farm, Pryor Welch Farms, TJ White, and TJ White.
Nice single entry crossbred female here for this young man, and this smoke-colored heifer is one that's plenty soft about her center body, has plenty of mass, and she's still plenty extended up front. I think a really, really nice cow in the making for this young man. Give him a round of applause.
Winning that class was KO Cattle. Now entering the ring is heat 1 of the crossbred junior heifer calf class.
Well, it's a prior cap. It's a prior cap.
female show, certainly a fair amount of give and take amongst these calves. And this is a challenge because we've got ones that are at all different stages of age and maturity patterns. And so for me, it's the judge them out. What do I think their future is going to look like to a degree? And there's certainly some give and take in here. For me, there was no question that the young lady with the solid black female down here on the end, that she came to play ball the game, and that one was going to win the class. Heifer that is really, really unique here on the side profile, one that's long and extended up front. Like the way she sits down off that hock and hind leg and gets out and goes. I'd certainly like to drop her down in that flank ever so slightly, but I think one for this at this age represents a great deal of good and future, and I think will certainly be a unique project for this young lady. Young lady's baldy heifer calf coming out next. One that initially doesn't hit you too hard, but as you study her, all the pieces are there. This one just needs time and age in her advantage, but I think one that structurally at the surface is built right, certainly gives you a really, really good look, and one that I think projects that one out as she matures, and I think that one will be really, really good. Young man here with this roan-colored female, one that is certainly soft and proportional in the way she's made. And for me, she represents one that structurally I think will make it as a cow. She's built right off of that hock and hind leg. Her shoulder and her knee is laid into her correctly. But for me, I just like to modify the way that hip sits into her. But a good cow prospect certainly for this young man. The challenge female for me in the class is the young lady's baldy heifer, one that is ultra extended and just really feminine in the way she's made. For me, she takes that femininity a little too far. She gets refined about her feet and bone structure, one that I just like to overall mass up. But fundamentally, for a cow in the future, that one, there's no doubt she'll make a cow. And I think be just a really, really good cow for that young lady down the road. The three final females that lead out the class, all for me are challenges, especially in the way they hit the surface. Ones that I'd like to modify in their ankles and give them just some more femininity and look like a female. For me, that's where, especially the two gray heifers here on the end, they're ultra stout, ultra massive, but just need to have more look for them. Young man with the black heifer, long and extended up front, just like to modify her and her shoulder and her hock and her hind leg. But let's give these exhibitors a nice round of applause.
Winning E1 was Trails End Farm, Prior Cattle, Andy Jesuak. 5th was Bo and Steven, 6th with TJ White, and 7th with TJ White. Now entering the ring is Heat 2 of the Junior Heifer Calves. On deck will be Trails End Farm with your Junior Heifer Calf, Prior Cattle with your Junior Heifer Calf, and 1st and 2nd place from this class.
another nice class of crossbred heifer calves, and the young man's female up here in front, one that I think gives you a really, really neat look from the side. She is really, really long and extended up front, and carries that added angularity from back into her rear skeleton. One that she gets out and goes plenty well, and I think just a really, really neat female for this young man going forward. Young man and young lady's heifer coming in next. One that's ultra stout and powerful, big body, but with that added mass. Just one that I'd like to give her a notch more look and angularity up front, and modify her at the surface. One that just needs to handle that angle and rear pastern a notch better. Young man with the shorthorn female, one that's really extended and angular in the way she's made. Just like to give her a notch more mass to get any higher today, but fundamentally good cow prospect. Young man's red heifer, you know, giving him a little bit of a hard way to go, but a big body, big centered type of female that just represents a fundamentally good built cow prospect. One that, you know, maybe like to modify her off of that hawk and hind leg, but still one functional and has a ton of longevity to her. Young lady with the black heifer, one that I just like to soften up back into her rear rib and flank. All the pieces are right there. Just need to have that one with some more depth and body. Two young men coming out here. Heifer calf that's really green at this stage of the game. Just needs more time and feed to compete any higher today, but certainly could be a really neat cow prospect for that young man going forward. Let's give them a nice round of applause.
Winning Heat 2 was Pryor Welch Farms. Second went to Kylie Gibbons. Third, Hendricks Anderson. Fourth, Luke Fisher. Fifth, Robert Oakley. And sixth, David Brown. Now entering the ring for junior heifer calves, Trails End Farm, Pryor Cattle, Pryor Welch Farms, and Kylie Gibbons. On deck for champion crossbred heifer, we'll need KO Cattle with your early junior yearling heifer, and the winner of this class. Shorthorn Pluses, you can start your way to the show ring. After the Shorthorn Plus class, we will be showing for Grand and Reserve Supreme Champion Bull and Grand and Reserve Supreme Champion Female.
Well, as we get our crossbred heifer calves back out here to pick a winner for this class. I think there's no question that this female up front here, she's the one in here that has to win. She is so good up front. I love the way she sets down at the surface, and this look from the side is absolutely killer. I think that one is just really, really good for this stage in the game. I think then after that, we're going to leave these heifers standing as the way they are, and this baldy heifer, again, I talked about one that is just built really fundamentally good, balances from the side, and holds herself together really, really well at the surface. She still does that for me, and I just like her a great deal as a future cow prospect. Young man's black heifer, again, one that's long and extended up front. I like the way she sets down off of that hock and hind leg, but maybe one I'd just like to modify and then how she sets into that hip, but I think a really fundamentally good cow prospect for that young man. Young man here in fourth, one that I love all of her mass and power, just wish she was built just a more feminine in her look, and lay that shoulder into her a notch neater, but I think a really stout cow prospect for that young man. Let's give these exhibitors a nice round of applause.
First in the junior heifer calf class goes to Trails End Farm, second Pryor Cattle, third Pryor Welch Farms, and fourth Kylie Gibbons. Now entering the ring for champion crossbred female, KO Cattle, and Trails End Farm. On deck for the Shorthorn Plus show, the aged cow from Maple Spring Farms,
Here at our crossbred female drive, certainly a pretty big difference in maturity in these two females, but I think the one for me that hits me the hardest, and I think just has a world of future to her, is this young lady's black female back here. She'll be your champion, and we'll go ahead and bring out the second in that class and give these another look and pick a reserve. Give these exhibitors a nice round of applause.
Pryor Cattle, we need your second place junior heifer calf. Champion Simmental female goes to Trails End Farm. Reserve champion crossbred female goes to Pryor Cattle. Now entering the ring are your Shorehorn Plus. Age cow, Maple Spring Farms. On deck, late junior yearling heifer, Trails End Farm.
Just a single entry here, and a cow that's really working hard and putting it all into her calf. Got a nice fat calf inside. A cow that really liked that teat and udder structure, and nice project for this young family. Give them a round of applause.
Winning that class is Maple Spring Farms. Now entering the ring is the late junior yearling Shorehorn Plus, Trails End Farm. On deck with the late summer yearling, Matt Duvall. Champion breed bulls can be making their way to the show ring. Limousine is Ogilvy Limousine. The Maniac Jew, Madison Young. Shorehorn, Key Ridge Shorehorn Farm. And Simmental, Avery Young. The second place breed bulls also need to be headed to the ring.
Really nice single entry this young lady brings here to us, and a female that can certainly stand quite a bit of competition. A really good bred female that's so soft in her center body. Love the way she gets out and goes, and still has a fair amount of mass and substance if you get behind her. Really nice female for this young lady. Let's give her a round of applause.
Winning that class is Trails End Farm. Now entering the ring with the late summer yearling, Matt Duvall. On deck with the senior heifer calf, Bo Detling.
Really stout, massive female here for this young man. One that has a world of mass and substance as she sits down. Just maybe like to give her a little bit more body and depth and spring a rib, but one that certainly is ultra stout and powerful. Give this young man a nice round of applause.
Winning that class is Matt Duvall. Next in the ring is senior heifer calf, Bo Detling. On deck is the junior heifer calf, Matt Duvall.
really attractive female that this young man brings out, one that I like up front, and one that still is plenty functional at the surface. Certainly a really nice, high-quality brood cow prospect for this young man. Let's give him a nice round of applause.
Winning ninth class is Bo Detling. Now entering the ring for junior heifer calf, Matt Duvall. On deck, we will need the Shorthorn Plus first places, Maple Spring Farms, Trails End Farm, Matt Duvall, Bo Detling, and the winner of this class.
Young lady brings to us a really, really massive heifer calf for this stage of the game. One that really has quite a bit of spring and shape to that rib, but just needs more time and maturity. But a nice young prospect for this young lady. Let's give her a round of applause.
Winning ninth class is Matt Duvall. Now entering the ring for the Shorthorn Plus champion female, Maple Spring Farms, Trails End Farm, Matt Duvall, Bo Detling, and Matt Duvall. On deck, we need the breed champion bulls and the breed reserve champion bulls on standby. Limousine is Ogilvy Limousines. The Main and Jews is Madison Young. Shorthorn is Key Ridge Shorthorn Farm. And Simmental is Avery Young. On standby for the bulls for the mains, we need Prior Welch Farms. After Supreme Bull is chosen, we will be picking for Supreme Champion and Reserve Champion Heifer. Angus is Flat Rock Farms. Charlotte is Andy Jesuak. Candia is Trails End Farm. Hereford is Andy Jesuak. Limousine is Ogilvy Limousines. Maniac Jews is Trails End Farm. Shorthorns is Key Ridge Shorthorn Farm. Simmentals is Flat Rock Farms. Crossbred is Trails End Farms, and the winner of this class.
Here in our Shorthorn Plus female drive, for me, there's really two out here that are standouts, and that's this black female up front. I think one that is, she's starting to belly down and get pretty heavy in calf and still looks really, really good doing it. One that I like how she hits at the surface and gets out in motors, and one that has a world of body and mass as you get in behind her. For me, the other heifer in contention is this young man's dark red roan female here. One that from the side gives you a really, really neat look, has plenty of body. For me, I just like to give her a shot more mass when you get in behind her, but one I think is a really, really good high quality cow prospect for this young man. With that, the black female up in front will be your champion, and this roan female here will be your reserve. Let's give them a nice round of applause.
Champion Shorthorn Plus goes to Trails End Farm. Reserve Champion Shorthorn Plus goes to Bo Detling. Now entering the ring for Supreme Bull, Ogilvy Limousine, Madison Young, Key Ridge Shorehorn Farm, and Avery Young.
Well, here for our Supreme Champion Bull overall, it really comes down to personal preference, and for me, I think there's three really good ones out here that represent their breeds extremely well. But for me, it's just personal preference, and for what I like them stout and massive. They need to have big nuts and big guts and have plenty of mass when you get behind them. I think there's a couple out here that do that extremely well. But for me, your Supreme Champion, and I'll go ahead and get you a Supreme and get you a Reserve, but give these exhibitors a nice round of applause for bringing out a nice set of bulls.
Supreme Champion Bull goes to Key Ridge Shorehorn Farm. And Reserve Supreme Champion Bull goes to Madison Young. Our banners for Supreme are donated by Young's Cattle Company. Now entering the ring for Supreme Champion and Reserve Supreme Champion Female, Angus, Flat Rock Farms, Charlotte, Andy Jesuak, Kiania, Trails End Farm, Hereford, Andy Jesuak, Limousine, Ogilvy Limousine, Maine, Trails End Farm, Shorehorn, Key Ridge Shorehorn Farm, Simmental, Flat Rock Farms, Crossbred, Trails End Farm, and Shorehorn Plus, Trails End Farm. Please have all reserve breed champions on standby. deck will be our showmanship classes. We will be beginning with seniors, 16 to 19 years old, intermediates, 12 to 15, juniors, 8 to 11, peewees, 7 years of age and under, and the old timers, 20 years and above.
Well, it's been a few years since I've certainly been down to Belmont County, and certainly I think this female show that you all had here today is really, really good. I think we've got some heifers out here that would be competitive on a national level, and some that could probably win some divisions and be certainly contenders. For me, again, it comes down to personal preference and what I like. I think these females, we've got to keep soundness paramount in all that we do. We've got to have them built for the long haul. They've got to have plenty of depth and body. Throw in a little bit of power, make them good looking too. I will be the first to tell you that in our breeding decisions around our house, I kind of want it all. But we haven't made a perfect one yet, and so certainly we can find ones that still have some good and some give and take out here. For me, it's a 3-horse race, and these 2 big threads right here, and then the shorthorn heifer, I think, are all in contention. For me, it comes down to personal preference and what I like. And with that, I'll go ahead and get you a champion in reserve, but give these exhibitors a nice round of applause for bringing a really high quality set of females.
Supreme Champion Female goes to Flat Rock Farms. Avery Young, please bring in your second place scimitar. Reserve Supreme heifer goes to Kiwi Shorehorn Farm. Banners for the Supreme were donated by Young's Cattle Company. Now entering the ring for the open class beef showmanship class is 16 to 19 years of age. This award is donated by Duvall's Angus Farm in Barnesville in memory of Pete Duvall. On deck will be your 12 to 15-year-olds. Judge, this is your class.
As we start off with our senior showmanship we've got 3 individuals out here doing a really, really nice job. But for me, it's a 2-horse race between the 2 ladies up front. Each of them, I told them there's a few things that they can certainly work and fix on and do a little better job at, but both of them do a really, really nice job of getting these animals walked into it, using that stick very minimally, keeping these heifers look and put together well without being distracting on the stick. And so I'll go ahead and get you a champion out here, but give these young exhibitors a nice round of applause.
Winning that class is Brianne Workman. Now entering the ring is ages 12 through 15. The award is sponsored by DeVaul's Angus Farm, Barnesville, in memory of Pete DeVaul. On deck will be your 8 to 11-year-olds. This is going to be Heat 1 of the 12 to 15-year-olds. Heat 2, you are on deck.
nice group here in our first heat of intermediates. I'll go ahead and keep two of these individuals. I'll go ahead and select them here, but they're all doing a really, really good job. Just need to work at getting these cattle walked into it, working at fine-tuning some of this at home, and getting these cattle set quickly and getting them to stand there. But really nice job to all these exhibitors. I'll go ahead and pull two that we'll have come back for your champion intermediate showman.
Now entering the ring is heat number 2 for ages 12 to 15, intermediate showmen. On deck is first and second place from heat 1. There will be a Battle of the Barns on Saturday, September 6th, today at 11 a.m. The theme is Mystic and Fantasy. It is in the horse arena. You must have 4 people on your team, can mix and match barns. If you don't have a team but you want to be on one, please let Marissa or Emily Baker know.
Another great group of intermediate showmen out here, and 4 of them are all doing a really, really good job. For me, the 2 ladies here at the end with the solid black heifers, we'll have them come back for your intermediate showmanship championship, but give these exhibitors a nice round of applause.
Now entering the ring is the first and second from heat 1 of the intermediates. On deck are juniors ages 8 to 11 years old.
a great group of intermediate showmen out here, and for me, showmanship is always something that is critically important. You can take a pretty average animal and show the socks off of them and make them out to be a pretty good one. Likewise, you can take a pretty good one and not be a very good showman and make them look pretty bad. And so this is a skill that I think is critically important in terms of getting them stuck and getting them stuck well and getting them pulled together quickly and efficiently. And certainly all four of these young showmen can do that. For me, it comes down to personal preference and just there's some young ladies and young men out here that you can tell they've worked with these animals and they've spent the time at home. Showmanship is a battle that's won at home, not in the ring. And so there is one young lady out here in particular that has most certainly spent the time at home. She does a great job of getting her heifer set up quickly and efficiently. And with that, I'll go out here and select a champion. Let's give these exhibitors a nice round of applause.
The winner of the intermediate showman is Brooklyn Warner. Now entering the ring is our juniors, 8 to 11 years of age. The award is sponsored by BCC Cattle Company in Barnesville. On deck will be our 7 years of age and under. This is heat 1 of the 8 to 11-year-olds. Heat 2, you will be on deck.
Well, as we get into our junior showmanship, these kids out here, they're doing a great job, and certainly all of them are trying their hearts out. For me, there's 3 out here that I'm going to go ahead and pick to come back that I think are doing an exceptional job. But a few things for the parents and these kids. I am not one that believes in that you have to have a comb in your pocket, especially at this age. Especially these kids, their combs don't fit into their back pockets the easiest, and so I've seen a bunch of combs out here dropped, and quite honestly, it becomes more of a safety hazard if they have them on them than if they don't. And so that is one of my things. They don't have big enough pockets and can't keep it held on them, don't send them out with one. But past that, I think these kids, there's a couple that are getting into walking into it and keeping them calm, keeping them set, and are doing a great job. With that, I'll go ahead and select 3 to come back, but give these exhibitors a nice round of applause.
Now entering the ring is Heat 2 of the 8 to 11-year-olds. On deck is going to be the top 3 from Heat 1.
fun watching these young people get out here and work at getting these cattle shown and doing a really nice job at it. For me, there's actually 4 out here that we'll go ahead and bring back. But give these young exhibitors a nice round of applause. They're all doing a really, really nice job.
Now entering the ring is heat 1 of the 8 to 11-year-olds, and the 4 that are coming back from heat 2. On deck is going to be our 7 years of age and under.
get into our junior showmanship drive here. We've got 7 kids out here, and I think they all are doing a great job of getting these cattle set. Now there's some nitpicky things that as we go through here, some have maybe gotten themselves into some corners at times, or just haven't quite got those feet set quite right. But in terms of doing the fundamentals, they've all got it. For me, this really comes down to personal preference and just some ways that, you know, a little faster on the stick at getting these cattle set up, and you can tell a couple have done a little bit more work at home in terms of working with these cattle and getting them broke to what they want. But with that, I'll go ahead and select a champion out here, but let's give these kids a nice round of applause.
Winning that class is Avery Young. Now entering the ring is going to be 7 years of age and under. The award is sponsored by United Day Feed and Show Supply, TJ White of Flushing. On deck is going to be our 20 years old and older.
Well, thank goodness they don't make me pick a champion out here. But all of these young exhibitors are doing a great job. You know, there's no better way to raise young people than in the beef cattle industry, and certainly showing livestock is a critical part of that. So let's give all these exhibitors a nice round of applause for coming out here and doing this.
Ninth Day Feed Show Supply is going to let all of these participants go up to the ice cream stand and get ice cream. Now entering the ring is 20 years old and older. Our award sponsor is Belmont Market, Belmont.
well, here in our old timer showmanship, you know, everything in good fun out here, and you know, we've got some that missed maybe the memo that they needed a beef cow for this competition, but you know, otherwise we're doing great here. And kids, please don't do this at a show if you're watching ringside here, but I guess I'm gonna have to pick a champion. And I guess I'll go out and do that here for you. But give all these old timers a nice round of applause.
Well, I guess the youngest one has the advantage here.
Winner of that class is Jalen Hunter. That concludes our 2025 Open Beef Show. Thank you to our judge and thank you to the exhibitors.
Well, I was like, no. And then I was like, yeah.
There was a scotch-hammer found in the ring. We think it was from intermediate showmanship. You can come to the announcer stand to claim it.
Thank you very much.
Yep, you're welcome. No problem. Yeah, that was fun. Yep, you're good. And I gave it down for that too, I guess.
Open class exhibitors, if you have not picked up your awards, they are here by the announcer stand on the table.
Well, when I heard your voice when you first got here, I thought there was something in there. You got your brother.
don't here in Don't Pilot.
I don't like it. I like it for everybody else, but for us, it's boring. The issue is I like being next to the 88.
They just need to swap the ending that isn't here.
They are releasing the whole thing.
Somebody have a jacket here? They're off to bring in, I think it's called Korean. I was gonna say, I have mine, but it left me cold. Okay, I'll go ask her. I don't know where he's at.
That's the longest open beach show we've ever had. Ever.
Am I the only one?
There was a ton of
We
people.
sat down with the royal. Did we watch the beach?
Yeah. You'll do great. You'll be a great announcer. Yeah.
I get 3 strikes.
Amber said that's the best announcer she's ever been.
And don't I announce last year?
Yeah. Like why they're like right before it. Actually, you have all the passion and showing when you stand up that are in the crowd.
First they'll stand up. So this is the reason